Aunt Beck, how are you today? I'm just trying to get things up and running with this new computer. I found out a couple of things. First of all, it has no sound because it doesn't have built-in microphone. Speakers. And second of all, my camera cord just barely reaches the tower. So I don't know what to do about that, but it's working. So good morning. Welcome. I hope everybody's doing good, having a good day so far, and getting ready for the holidays. Well, I guess the holidays are already here, more or less. But just wanted to come on for a little while today. I have to work on some covers for some journals. Thanks, Aunt Beck. It looks a little foggy to me on the screen, but it could be, you know what, it's probably the way I've got my monitor set. I probably need to adjust it, but I'm not going to do that right now. So, glad you're here. It's always nice to have somebody there to keep you in line, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use classification folders to make my book covers, my journal covers out of for my forest journals. I have 2 of them I'm working on. Been working on them in the last couple of streams. And these are just, these are actually fairly vintage, but they were in a box, in a box new. So, and then I've used them for a few years, but they still look really new except for they're written on. So I'm going to use these to make the covers for my 2 journals. So I'm just going to get started here. At some point today, I have to go to the post office. Nobody wants to do that. Here's my measurements. So my covers, here are my signatures, and they're pretty loaded up already. There'll be more stuff in there, but this is a good idea of, it gets me started on how big they're going to be. So I've got the 2 signatures, and then I've got a little folder that's going to go in there also. So for this whole thing, I wanted to have a 2-inch spine. This isn't, well, you can see it's expandable. Oh, here, let me go like this. So it's expandable like this. So it's not really an inch on this side. It's like 3/4 of an inch, but that's still going to be fine. And then there's this little divider dealy in here. And then there's another 3/4 of an inch. So what I do is I've used these before, and I really like the way they come out. I use this part. It's very strong. It's like a fabric tape, if you want to call it that, and it's 2 layers thick, and it's really strong. So I use that as my spine. So it's going to go in like this, and then the other one will go on this side. And then this I'm going to fold this over and make like a little flip out thing for this to go in. And sometimes I put, excuse me, sometimes I put other things in there. So the first thing I have to do is cut it down to size. So I believe I want it to be, yeah, 9 by 6, excuse me. I got a frog this morning. I haven't even loaded anything on this computer yet besides my camera program. And that's really all I've put. So I still got a lot to do with this thing. I hate getting I like getting a new computer. I just hate the process because there's so many things. I'm going to try to keep this one pretty clean. It's in the craft room and pretty much dedicate it for that. So, but I do have some things I need to put on there still. So I want it to be 9 by 5. I'm sorry, 9 by 6. I need to change that or it's going to confuse me. I'll be doing everything wrong. Now you see up here, I thought about leaving these in, but I don't. I really don't want to because this is going to have to be folded over for everything to fit right. So I'm going to measure from the bottom. I'm going to measure up 9 inches. Find my pencil. Hi, Miss Gigi. How you doing today? What time of day is it for you? I'm so bad at figuring that out. So I have to cut each piece. And this little piece in the middle, it's not exactly lined up. I don't know if you can see that or not. There's a tiny little edge. So I'm going to measure it. And some of that could be because it's crooked. Let me straighten this out. Because it's kind of floppy. So I'm going to measure it from the edge of the green folder. $4 p.m. Isn't that amazing? It just amazes me that the technology that we have available to us. And I said before, I'm of the age where I've been through the whole thing. When I was first married, I got married in 72. My husband had just gotten out of boot camp. So we moved to Millington, Tennessee, excuse me, so that he could go to training as electronics technician training. So we did that for, I don't know, I think about 16 weeks. And then we moved to Albany, Georgia, where he was attached to a squadron there. And after that, or while we were in Albany, Georgia, I got a job working in a natural gas company. And they hired me to be like the receptionist. And bear in mind, I'm 19 when all this started. I'm 19. And I don't think that's the right size. Yeah, it is. So I'm 19. I started working at this gas company. I know nothing about it. And they wanted me to be the receptionist. Well, I couldn't answer any of the questions when the people called on the phone. So they decided instead of doing that, they had just gotten a new billing system. And it was about the size of a big desk, maybe a little bit bigger. And it just looked like a big box, the size of a big desk, and had a little slot in the top. Hi, Lori. Glad you're here. Had a little slot in the top where you would stick an invoice in there, like a cardstock invoice in there. And when you stuck it in there, it would print all the information on there for their bill. So I learned how to use that. That was the very first computer, and it was a computer that I ever had anything to do with. And that was like in 1972, or maybe beginning of 73, maybe. Nope, 72 is when it was. Still 72. So that's what they had me doing. Well, I got to be pretty good at it. And if anything happened to it, you had this little piece of perforated tape, like a ticker tape, that you had to feed into the machine. And it was just a piece of paper. I mean, if you tore it up or something, boy, you were out of luck. But so you'd feed that in there, something happened, and it sort of, rebooted or whatever. So that was my first computer. Then we moved to, from Albany, Georgia, we moved to Key West, Florida. and we were there for 5 years. Well, when we were in Key West, my husband, he was in the Navy, but he had a part-time job at Radio Shack. So our first computer that we ever had at home was one of those Tandy, whatever they were called. And in order to get it to do anything, you had to program it. You had to actually put in the programming. And it would be pages and pages of letters and numbers that you had to put into the system to make a circle. I mean, you know, pages and pages of stuff you'd have to add in there just to make a circle. And to make the circle colored, that was another whole pages and pages worth. So, you know, that's where I started with computers. Then and I was able, from the time my daughter was born, I was able to stay home and not work outside the house. Oops, sorry, I just hit the camera. And not work outside the house until 1988. So I got to stay home for about 10 years with my daughter while she was young. And so in 1988, I went back to work as doing clerical work. And I worked for a center for autism, a day center for autism. And they hired me as the program secretary, which was fine. You know, I had trained for secretarial stuff. But I had never used Word, not Word, what was it then? WordPerfect or Lotus. I'd never used any of that. So, and they had had RBase, which is, you know, a program to keep track of a lot of stuff. It's sort of like what we would, more like what we would use today. So I had to learn all that all by myself. Nobody taught me. I had to learn all of it by myself. And I did. And I got to be pretty good at it. That's about crooked as a dog's hind leg. What happened there? So anyway, I got good at that. And you know how it is nowadays. We have to know how to do so many things if we want to be online or if we want to use the latest programs. We have to learn how to do it. But what I started out to say was I've been through the whole thing from when it started, and now I'm in this age when it's so, everything is just so amazing as far as electronics go. And I'm glad that I've lived in this time frame, because I think it's very exciting, all the things. And I'm still just waiting. I said something about this yesterday. I'm waiting for them to invent a transporter so I don't have to travel. If I want to travel, I can just go. Who else is here? Let's see. Lisa. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Barbara. Glad y'all are here. I'm just working on some journal covers. I'm using classification folders to make my journal covers out of for my forest journals that I've been working on. And for some reason, I'm having a problem getting things straight today. Oh, you know, it could be my new glasses. I didn't think about that. I have new glasses I'm trying to get used to. That's probably it. They're actually, ouch, they're actually better than my others, but they're a little different with where I have to look. That's probably what it is. All right, I'm going to leave that alone. Okay, so there's the first part. I cut it to size, 9 inches. Now the next part is it has to hold it has to be 6 inches wide on the cover. So that would be, here's the gusset, I guess what you call it. So I'm going to measure 6 inches from here, because this is going to actually be my spine. Where the gusset's going to be the spine, and where the gusset folds is going to be the center of the spine. So I'm going to start from here and measure 6 inches. And 6 inches should be enough, because my journal Where'd they go? Oh, my see, they're only 5.5, so 6 inches should be plenty of space to allow for, you know, anything that sticks out or whatever, if it does at all. So here we go. Pencil. And what I'm going to actually do, this is 9.5. So what I'm going to actually do is measure in from this straight edge. So it's 9.5 to the edge of the top where my cover is going to be. So I'm going to measure in 3.5. That's what I'm going to do. And that should give me room for my signature to fit in there. No headaches so far, Barb. I think it was just my my lenses are situated a little differently. And I think it was just getting used to that. So here's where my line's going to be, right here. I'm going to score it, and it's going to fold there. And so you can see this will fit, have plenty of room in there for expansion. Now I also need to make, I also need to leave some space in the fold, because when it folds over, this piece here, let me get where you can see this. This piece here is going to fold over like this. So it's all going to fold in and then fold in together again. I don't know if that makes much sense, but you'll see. So I'm going to leave, let's see, I'm trying to think what I've been doing. I'm going to leave the same amount of, is that right? Same amount of space as the, yeah, same amount of space as the spine. And I said that was about just 3/4 of an inch. So if I come over here and I put 3/4 of an inch from there and here, and that's going to be my second score line. Now this is a heavier, it's almost like a thin chipboard. It's heavier than a cereal box, but it's thinner than chipboard. And then the centerpiece is like a piece of heavy cardstock. Maybe even, yeah, I think it's over 65, but it's not 100. So I've got my lines drawn, and I'm going to, I'm not going to use a scoreboard because it won't work for this thickness. I'm just going to use my bone folder. I still don't have this in my, sorry. There. So I'm going to use my bone folder. My light is causing a problem. Sorry about that. And I'm just going to score on this line if I can see the line. Got a shadow going on here. Okay. And then I'm just going to score this really hard with my bone folder. You always score on the valley side. We were talking about this yesterday on it might have been on Lisa's stream. So I want to make that, since this is pretty stiff, I really want to crease that in there. But I don't want to cut it all the way through. So that looks pretty good. And I'm going to do this one. I'll turn that light off because it gives me such a shadow. I can't see what I'm doing. Hope you can still see all right. Can you still see all right without that light? I am really pressing hard on this. Okay. And I'm going to have to do it on the other side too for the other page. So you can see how stiff this is. It's pretty stiff. And I'm just kind of easing it over there. You know, I told you wrong. This is not the spine. This side is the spine. I don't know what I was thinking when I said that. Oh, if you don't do it straight, then you have a problem. Come on, buddy. It is really very stiff. And the back of it is probably going to crack a little bit because of how stiff it is, but that's okay because that's got just part of the, just let it be part of the design of how it looks. I can cover this back edge. Okay, now you see, are you getting the idea now? So this will go, I don't know what I was thinking a while ago when I said that. This goes like this. Then it will fold in like that. And then the other side will do the same thing. Okay. Now I like to leave this tag. I don't cut this off because I just put something on there and I like the way it looks. So, all right, this one's going to be the same. I'm coming in 3.5 inches on this side. And these measurements are arbitrary because depending on what size folder you have, you can still get these folders. They're pretty expensive, I think, but you can still get them. A box full of them. They come in different colors. Oops. Different colors, different configurations, like it might have a pocket in the middle or something, you know, different like that. But you still can get them. I'm just fortunate that I have a stack of them. And this is what I came up with on how one way to use them. All right, I'll do this one. Usually what I do to decorate these covers is I take, now I'm going to forget what it's called. I think it's called distress paint. It's like a Tim Holtz thing that comes in the little bottles with the spongy lids. And I just put it all over it, but it takes so much of it. So today I'm going to try using paint instead. I want to do now these are green, of course, already, but I want to do one of them with greens and one with teals. I think that'll go well. Okay, so same thing. Very stiff. I tried scoring it on both sides, on the front and the back both, but that didn't seem to do any better. It just made a weaker edge, so I just went back to doing it like this. See how rough that is? But it's not, it's just like the very first layer is kind of roughed up. It's not torn or broken or anything, so it still works just fine. Okay, so there are those two. Starting to make sense yet? Oh, I keep getting these pop-up things and they're in the way. There. Oh, Lori, I love the way these turn out. And by the end, I think you'll like it. I really do. And like I said, you know, I mean, I cut off the top part. This was up here, or wherever it was, up here, I guess, because I didn't really want to use the prongs. But you could, you know, cut it the other way and make it shorter and use the prongs if you want to. I just didn't want to use them, so I cut that end off. Okay, now, and this one I'm just going to cut. I can figure out what I'm doing here. I'm just going to score it. Let's see, it's 9, so half would be 4.5. And I think I just want it to fold over 3 inches. This is about, I'm going to say probably I did that on the wrong side, did I? No. This is probably like the 6th or 7th journal I've made. Well, that can't be right. Let's see. 3.5. 6th or 7th journal I've made using these in this particular way, this configuration. And I've liked every one of them. It takes a little bit of work, because I don't like the cover just the way it is. And it takes a while to dry and all that, but it's been worth it. I've liked it. They've sold really well. Okay, so that one's going this way. So here we are like this. Ta-da! Now, it doesn't look it so much now because, well, let me stick these in here so you can see. So these go, this will be the spine. And something is going in here, which is where did I put it? Here it is. So this will be in here in some fashion, probably with the, I don't know, I'm probably gonna make that a pocket. I'm gonna make that a pocket. And then this one will go in this way. And then it all goes together like that. So when you open it, this will be the first one, and you'll be able to, flip through here. Then you can flip this over, open this side, and flip through this way. Okay, does that make sense? Hi, Janet. Janet from across the sea. So basically that's how that's done. Now, of course, you can do all kinds of different things. You could, instead of cutting this off all the way, you can fold it up or fold it down or whatever, you want to do. You can make these narrow, more like a traveler's journal size. You can, you could use this inside a journal and still have a different cover on it if you wanted to. But that seems a little bit unnecessary to me. So that part's done. Yay! Let me get these out of the way. Now my closure on these have a closure. The closure on these, what happens is, after it's ready, I put 2 eyelets. I put one so that they're about, maybe an inch apart on the top right here. And then 2 eyelets on the bottom. And then I thread my tie closure, whatever I'm using. Okay, Janet. Thanks, babe. Through the outlets coming out this way, and then they tie over here on the end. So I've got 2 outlets with the ribbon or whatever coming out of each one here, 2 outlets with the ribbon coming out here, and then tie right here, which holds it closed. Okay. All right. Now I am going to go ahead and cut the other one while I'm doing this, because I have 2 that I'm making this way, and that way they'll be ready to paint and I can do the painting. And get these out of the way. I just really like them, I'm, you know, I like to use things that that I have, that I acquire, and sometimes you just need to figure it out, and it's not that difficult. It was pretty easy. Do you think that'll work with your folder, Janet? Or not Janet, I'm sorry, Lori. You think that'll work with your folder that you have? I'm going to see if I can cut this through all at once. All right, now let's see. I said 6. Oh, I'm going to do this first. 9. I think it, you know, pretty much, well, it would even work with a manila folder as far as that goes. I just like these because they've got the thick board on the front, and it feels pretty substantial once it's all together. It feels great, you know. It works well. Lisa, did you get your cards in the mail yet? Your little booklets? Or did you give up? And what's going on with your kitchen? They're really looking cute, Lisa. I thought, I love that you used, I think I said last night, I love that you used really nice papers and, you know, interesting papers and stuff like that. And you didn't just use the stuff that was the, not throwaway, but the stuff that wasn't, you know, you always have stuff that you don't think is as nice, but it looks like you put the nice stuff in there, and that's very nice. Oh, good grief. Well, that shouldn't take them too long, hopefully. Deal with this. Does take a bit of cutting, I will say that. Well, look at that. Just broke my point right off of there. Good grief. This is how I throw my blades away. Because I never know who's going to be getting in my trash, pushing the trash down. I don't want anybody to get cut. I was noticing at the nail shop the other day, last time I was there, that they use like an empty soda bottle or an empty water bottle to stick their used cotton balls in, or all that, so it doesn't, because it smells pretty strong when you get the acetone, and all that stuff everywhere. So they just put their used cotton balls, they stuff them down in the bottle. And if I can remember to bring one down here, I'm going to bring one down, because sometimes that stuff smells. And I think I could put my sharps in there too, so they don't hurt anybody. That way they'd be safe. So I thought that was a good idea. Yeah, I'm definitely having troubles today with getting things even. Yeah, well, whatever. It'll work out in the end. Ten more batches of toffee. Wow. I know what you mean, Lisa. I just got some stuff from Dorinda the other day. Some, I don't know where it is right now, or I'd show you. Just some like snippets of embroidered sari and things like that. And it's so pretty. And my first thought was, oh, I'm not going to be able to use this. And my second thought was, oh, yes, you are. You're going to use it. Well, I get it if you're not going to use it and share it and let other people enjoy it. But sometimes it's hard to do that. You just want to keep it. It's like an old dragon with your stuff piled all around you. I got a package from Keisha yesterday for a book that I ordered, and some other stuff from her. And there was a little package of spools with thread wrapped around it, and I thought, I don't think I ordered this. I mean, as soon as I order something, I usually forget about it until it comes. So, like I told her, it's like having Christmas. Oh, I keep hitting this silly line. Wonk. It's like having Christmas when I open it, because I don't remember what's coming. So anyway, I saw that and I asked her, I said, this might be somebody else's. I don't think I ordered this. So then she said, yeah, that's that wax thread. Well, I hadn't taken it out of the package, so I didn't notice that it was wax. I thought it just looked like embroidery thread. So, so I got that, and it looks pretty nice. I didn't didn't bring any of that stuff downstairs. I could have shown you my Sears catalog. Let's see, what did I say I was doing? 3 or 3.5? 3.5. So I'm definitely going to be using that Sears catalog. It's a reproduction Sears catalog. It's over 1 inch thick. It's probably 1.5 inches thick, and it is amazing. Oh, I just love it. All black and white. It's going to be great for card or for tag backs for sure. And fronts. I've been working on some, well, what y'all call slow stitching. I still call it handwork. So I've been working on a little bit of that, finishing out the big strip that I started. I've got, maybe 5 smaller, not real small, but maybe like 5 by 6 or 4 by 5 pieces that are almost finished. They just need some beads on them. I haven't put any beads on them yet, so I was working on them upstairs. But they're almost done. I'll put some beads and maybe a few charms. And I think though that the most of the stitching is probably done, unless I just get a wild hair. I had a lot of fun stitching leaves, little leaves on vines. That was fun. I like that. I don't know if I did this right. So is everyone just sort of getting into the relaxed mode for the holidays, or are you still ramped up trying to get stuff finished that you're working on or need to do? Mine's pretty much a breeze the rest of the time. I have Christmas Eve. I have to prepare for that, but it's not going to be difficult. There's only going to be, I think, 5 of us here. And then Christmas Day, we'll go to my daughter's house, and she's got that covered. All I have to bring is paper products and the ham. Did I do that right? No, I didn't. And I think she wants me to bring a table. I hope I have one that's not in use. I used to have so many folding tables, and I've kind of got rid of some of them. Doesn't wear your shoulder out if you do too much. And your hands. All that stitching, I was using pearl cotton, which is it's pretty much like using a whole strand of embroidery thread. But because it's, you know, a little bit not stiffer, but because it's round, the pearl cotton is more round, so it's harder to thread a needle that doesn't have a large eye. So I was using a little bit bigger needle than what I really would like, which makes it a little bit harder to pull through, especially when you've got so much stitching going on. So my finger, even now, my thumbs right here are tender, and the pads of my, right there, my finger and my thumb, where I hold that needle, they're just as tender as they could be. I haven't done that much stitching in a long time. When I used to do wire wrapping, oh my goodness, I'd actually get blisters. I had to put tape on them to keep from getting blisters. Okay, so now, where's my, these are almost ready. Now see, that won't reach, so I'm going to have to do that by hand. Where's my, oh, I've got so much stuff moved around, I don't know where anything is. I can find it right off, so I'll just make a new one. My chomper won't, my cutter won't, my punch, whatever this thing's called, my punch won't reach because of all this, so I just make a template and cut it by hand so it'll match. Okay, and then this one too. Okay, there. So then these will be ready to start painting. Yay! I'm not really sure what else I'm doing on the covers. I'm going to do the painting, and then usually I put something else over it, but I'm not sure what yet. Nothing's really struck me yet. Sometimes you got to wait till something strikes you. That was just a little bit thicker. That punch would not cut it very well. And I probably am not going to paint this round part. I like the way that looks, so I'll leave it the way it is. Oh, oh goodness. I know what you mean, Barb. My granddaughter calls me when she's bored. What are you doing, Grammy? What are you going to do after that, Grammy? When do you come and visit? All right, now, let's see. Nope, I don't want to do that. Where's my something over here? I swear, I don't know where anything is. I don't know how just moving the computer and putting another one in can make you so disorganized. I'll just use this. Before I do this, I just want to make a little test because I'm not sure how I want to do it. So I'm going to use these Americana paints. About 3 years ago, I gave away 250 bottles of craft paint. Some of them were getting old and we were moving and I didn't use them very much. So there's a young man in our church. He was always painting stuff. He wasn't very old. He was always painting and, you know, making little things out of wood and painting them and different stuff. So I asked if they wanted it. He was so excited. So when I started getting new paints, I just, I only bought these Americana ones because I like them. What am I looking for here? Let's see. So I don't have a huge, I probably got about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I probably got about 40, maybe 30, 40 paints. But I have them in one little spot sitting over here on a tray, on a rack. And I only have as many as will fit in the rack. And that's kind of what I've been trying to do. You know, as I get rid of things and get new things, I'm trying to just use up some stuff that I have, make a space for them, and keep that space, only that space. So if the space gets filled up, I either get rid of stuff. I'm trying not to have anything new come in unless something goes out. And it's working pretty well. I'm sticking to it pretty well. But, you know, there's always something that'll sneak in. Now, Barbara, when my granddaughter calls, the sports we discuss are pickleball. She is pickleball crazy, and she's very good at it. So I'll be glad when they lift all this COVID stuff, because she's at a great age. She's like a younger player. A lot of pickleball people are a little bit older. Some of them started out playing tennis and different things on the pro circuit. Anyway, they actually have a pro circuit. But this would be a good time for her, you know, to be competing and getting her feet in as she's young. And they really get excited about the young players. So far, she's been in, I think she's been in 2 tournaments, official tournaments, that they kind of snuck in between things. And she got gold medals in all the events she participated in. So, and she was the youngest there. She was the youngest. So that's pretty good when you're playing pickleball with adults and you win. So I was real proud of her. And she was the youngest, and her partner in mixed doubles was the oldest. He was 82 or something like that. Okay, so I'm kind of liking that. Paint goes on all right. But that's still kind of close to this. I think I want a little, you know, I wonder if I need some brown in there. Oh, do I have some brown? Let's see. More like rust is what I'm thinking. Or orange. Close enough. Sorry about my squeaky old chair. He keeps telling me he's going to look at it, and he hadn't had time, so just have to keep putting up with it for a little bit. I don't really want that to stick out as orange so much. I just want it to be kind of a foresty color. But I want some of that in there, I think. And also, where did that go? Have this carved stamp that might get all the glitter off of it. Might try using that. Thanks for coming by, Lisa. Good luck with your plumbing. Yeah, Barbara, it was, but it has grown so fast. And in our area is one of the largest, at this point, growing areas for pickleball. I mean, it's just gone crazy here. And my husband and my son-in-law, they've been playing for a while. My husband's had to stop because his knee is bothering him too much, but he loves to play too. So she was indoctrinated early. But if they don't open the tournaments, she's going to miss out, on a lot of that. And you can't get, I can't think of what the word is. You can't, I want to say sanctioned, but that's really not the right word. But you can't get, they have certain levels, and you can't get certified, I guess is the word, in your level if you don't participate in tournaments. And if they're not having tournaments, well, that's not going to happen. So I have no water source down here. Someday, maybe I'll get one. But right now, I just kind of have to fake it, and I can't find anything. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Well, she said they have to put in a pipe. An old pipe has to be replaced. So hopefully it won't take them very long, I don't think. Doesn't sound like it would, but you never know. I'm looking for something to put some water in without having to go search. That'll work. Excuse me. With a little brush, I can get away with using the wipes and the spray bottle, but on this bigger one, it doesn't work too good. I'm just testing out, see what I want to use before I start actually painting. Uses stays on. I don't know how it's going to do, but let's see. Yeah, once the paint dries, it'll be all right. Oh. Yeah, I might use that. I have to think about it for sure. All right. Kind of like that. Looks foresty. Morning around here is at 6 o'clock most of the time. Because that's when my husband gets up, and that's when the dog wakes up, and that's when the dog wakes me up. Whether I want to wake up or not. Okay, I'm liking this better than the brush. This is just an old plastic credit card. Ooh, down to 30. It's been fairly mild around here, just not warm, but not freezing either. I like the way that's looking. Okay, so oh, 30 below. No, it won't get that cold here. 30 below. Woohoo, boy. Yeah, sometimes we'll get 10 degrees or 15 degrees or something like that when it's really bad. But not 30 below. Babe, I would be underground. I don't even have a good winter coat because I don't have to go out in it too much. I should go out more than I do, but you know, from the car to the door, that's about it. And I like it that way. Now I can tell already that my this part of this cover is getting a little more warpy than it is when I use the stains. But it'll be okay when it's done. It'll dry. It'll be flatter. A little bit too much orange in there. Oh my goodness. Is it for asthma, Sherry? I don't have asthma bad, but I get, it's what they call exercise-induced asthma, which is, you know, it's like, okay, well. And that's really when I have a problem with it, is when I walk very far and I get out of breath, and, you know, I forget that I have the inhaler. Somebody, when I start getting short of breath, my daughter always reminds me. She says, "Mom, use your inhaler." Oh yeah, I can do that. Okay. You have an angel in the city. Ah, she's a sweetie, all right. I'll put this color on first. That way it'll get covered more by the other ones. I like the way this this board takes paints and stuff. It's kind of a sort of, it's very matte, so it takes in the color real well. I gotta go to the post office today. I got some things I gotta send to Keisha for the sale. I don't know if they're gonna get there in time. Yep, and you can cut it so that you can make stripes or different things. I like using them for a lot of things. I use them with my clay and resin. They work really good to scrape resin on a piece of paper. Trying not to get on me too much. That's impossible. Yeah, well, she has some other stuff, but I had some other things I wanted her to have available if she ran out. She got plenty of jewelry, that's for sure. Never run out of jewelry. But you know, it gets kind of boring just to have one thing, and that's all you have. So I was trying to get some more stuff to her, and I piddled around, I wasn't even thinking about Christmas mail. So it's my own fault. Sounds like she's going to have a really good sale this time, too. Well, she does every time, but just from some things I've heard, sounds like it's going to be good. Be something to do on New Year's Day. Well, thanks, Barbara. I have so much jewelry that's left over from when I was doing jewelry shows. Yeah, she's a sweetie. Okay. Takes a little longer to paint these than it does to use the stain. That's another point. But they do look different. All right, there's the insides done. This one. Ah. Now, I'm trying to decide if I want to stain the outside. And I think maybe I do. So let me see what I have left. I used up so much of it, I might not even have any left. Shoe polish would also work. Oh yeah, Sherry, I'm going to be making some more of those in the near future. As soon as I get the time to get it all together. It's like a minefield in this room right now. I have stuff all over the floor. All right, let's see what I got. Gold, brown, no, walnut, peel paint, vintage photo, Broken china. Metallics. All right, so yeah, Sherry, I know. We don't, the stuff's there if you feel like buying it, but we'd like for you just to come visit too. So don't ever feel bad about that. Not buying something, I mean. These dauber things are, I don't think they were a good idea. I'd rather just open it up and use it. Not quite that way, but you know. I better get out the gloves. And the daubers. Because this makes a mess. Huh. I haven't tried the shoe polish yet, but I've heard it works pretty well, and I've seen some people using it. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, Keisha sales are really fun. And they're a little bit more relaxed when she's selling for someone than when she's moderating, because you have to be a little bit more cognizant of what's going on. It's easy to get mixed up. Look how that paint's, can you see that? That's where the paint that got on there is showing through. That's kind of cool. Okay. Now I'm going to do more to that, but I got to do it in a certain order here. Hopefully that certain order is not going to mean dumping this over. Sorry. My cord is right here. Right here. And it has to stay there because it won't reach down to the, whereas before I was using a laptop, which sat right in front of me. Now I'm using a desktop computer with a tower, and the tower's under the table, so it's a little bit more difficult to reach with the cords. So I don't know if I can get an extension for this camera or not. I'm gonna have to check it out. Huh, that's kind of weird. It's reacting a little differently on this back page, or on this page, on this side here, than it did on the first one. Well, one thing that's different with my sales is that I have to ship all the products to Keisha. So it really gets shipped twice. Once from me and then once from her. Yeah, I don't like that part. But I mean, you know, how else am I going to do it if I'm going to let her sell for me, which I will continue to do. It's just part of it. If I was sending it to a storefront or something, you know, it would be the same difference. I'd still be paying shipping from my end. This doesn't seem to want to soak in as fast on this side. And this side, it's really soaking it up. This side's not as much. It's kind of strange. Looking for. Now this is vintage photo. And no, I don't have any certain recipe for doing this. I'm just putting it on here. You know what I mean? No plan, hardly. And this bottle has got a lot in it. It's just getting it out of there through that little sponge. It's hard. I know what you mean, Barbara. I have no, you know, I have clothes that I wear when I go someplace, and then I have junk clothes. I wear my junk clothes at home because I always am getting something on me. I see no sense in dressing up. I'm not going to see anybody much. I try to at least be dressed when my husband gets home so it doesn't look like I've been lazing around all day. But yeah, I wear my junk clothes because they always get something on them. Now this will lighten up, be just a little bit lighter when it dries, but it's going to pretty much keep this shade once it's dry. And I will be inking the edges, so that'll add even more. Because I'm inking the paper, every page that's going in here is going to be inked. So I think the cover needs to be inked also. And I'll just use a dark, like walnut or something on it to give it a little bit of darker look. Because this is dark enough as it is. So it's going to need some contrast for the edges. Yeah, I like the way that's looking. Probably hard to see because it's kind of shiny. Yep, I know what you mean. And if I've been by myself all day and he comes home and I just want, talk to him, and he's been around people all day and he just wants to come home and relax, or not relax, but not have to talk, not have to talk to me and listen to all this nonsense that he's not concerned with. Oh, that looks nice. I like that. That looks real nice. Okay, let's do that here. But he tries to be patient and listen to me. Starting to, I don't know if it's the paper or the sponge, but I think it's the paper. This will be my last pass on this because it's starting to pill a little bit, which means it's pretty soaked. I just want to get rid of this line. Okay, I'll leave the other one as it is. I think. So now this is going to have to dry. Yeah, I think that's going to look good. There's the outside, there's the inside. Okay, now so this can dry. And this one, I want to have more teal on it. So, yeah, Barb, I know what you mean. Let's see. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. What color is this? This is broken china. Where's my scrap? Let's see what this looks like on this green. Yeah, I think that will work. These little tops on here, see how fuzzy they get? And that starts coming off, and it just doesn't, I mean, this is full bottle. I'm getting ready to make a mess. Here. This is a full bottle. Well, no, it's half full, but it was hardly coming out at all. So, take matters into our own hands here. Oh, gross. I don't know what that was. Stuff growing in there, maybe. Who knows? Huh. Yeah, this will work. Now there's some green, leftover green still coming out of that, but it's fine. It's totally fine. In fact, I might have to get that green back out and go with this. usually use these folders to make the covers on something that's not as, for lack of a better word, frilly. I don't know why, but that just seemed to work better for me. Or, you know, I think they work better. Now, I don't know if you can see, you see how this looks right here? Isn't that cool? I like that. And the paper, it's just naturally doing that. It's because of the way it's soaking it in. I'm sure the paper is composed of recycled stuff or something, you know, cheaper paper. So it's not as finely, I want to say it's finely ground. That doesn't really sound right, but you know what I mean. And it's already starting to pill. So actually, this is pretty. I really like the way that looks modeled. Yes, Barb, wear gloves, especially depending on what you're using. Now this distress stain, I was thinking it was permanent, that it wouldn't, you know, it's not like distress. Well, maybe it is, I don't know. I think it's more permanent. I don't think it's water soluble as much once it's dry. Yeah, I really like the way this looks. That might stay, might not do much else to it because I like it. And I don't think it'll do it on this side. I wonder which side is the front. See, it just doesn't soak in as the same. Could be that this is a shinier side of the not as matte or something. I mean, obviously it's not, you know, they don't make these kind of folders and stuff out of quality paper, much as you would stationery or something like that. They have all different colors now, these. But I did find some very similar to this online when I was just curious as to how much they cost. But they weren't cheap. I don't remember the exact amount now. I just remember thinking, well, I'm glad I don't think I need to buy these. Well, my husband tries to avoid my craft area as much as possible because it makes him nervous. It makes him nervous because even though I really am very organized, he doesn't see that. He just sees stuff, you know. He never tells me not to get something. He never has. He's always been, you know, as long as the bills are paid, do whatever you want. And he'll complain about Hobby Lobby in the basement, it's what he calls it. But when he wants me to make something for him, he's certainly happy that I could just go down to the basement and come back up with a gift, you know. So, and then when he's around other people, he brags on me. Not to me, but he brags on me to other people. I hear it sometimes. But yeah, he kind of stays. He has to walk through the craft area to get to the workshop, to his workshop. But he kind of I think he just kind of averts his eyes because he always sees something that he thinks needs to be picked up or moved or done something with or whatever. So that's just the way we handle it. I've been getting so much stuff in the mail lately. He just brings it in, sets it on the table, goes on about his business. I guess he knows there's no sense in saying anything. You know, it's kind of hard for him to say anything when they go buy a big saw. It costs thousands of dollars, and you go buy something that costs $35. You know, it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of hard. Oh, Sherry, I'm sure it is. Now, I used to bead. I used to always bead in the living room. We spent the first half of our marriage, well, I'm going to say the first 20 something years, 22 years or something like that of our marriage, doing everything apart. Our interests were different, you know, so he'd do his thing and I'd do my thing. There was big parts of our lives that we didn't share very much. Not because we didn't like each other, but, you know, we just went our own way and did our own thing. Then things changed. And for the last 25 years, 20 years, whatever it is, we do almost everything together. And I like it a lot better. So whereas I've always had my craft room in the basement, no matter where we lived. I've always been fortunate enough to have a dedicated space, regardless of how big or small it was. It was dedicated. And I've always appreciated that. But most of the time, it has been in the basement. And I used to spend a lot of time in the basement, away from everybody. In the evenings, because I worked, I'd come home and do what I had to do and go downstairs, because that was the only time I had, you know. And so, you know, I would craft late into the evening. I was always a night owl. And that, you know, that doesn't do much for your relationship. I mean, that's not the only reason, but that doesn't do much for your relationship. So now we pretty much do everything together. I don't go downstairs in the evening to craft unless there's something I have to do for a gift or something like that, you know. I do my crafting during the daytime when he's at work, or at least otherwise occupied. In the evenings, we're in the living room. We both have a recliner, and we're probably looking at our phones, or every once in a while we'll watch something together on TV, but we don't have the same taste on TV. But, you know, at least we're in the same room, even if we're not talking, because a lot of times we're not. You know, he might be reading a book or looking at something online or whatever. But we're in the same room, and we can speak to each other. When we have recreational stuff, we do it together. And it's just so much better. We don't bicker. We hardly ever have a real argument, you know. And it makes for a much more pleasant relationship. I don't know why I said that. I started out with all that, but now you know. Okay, so this one, I think that's all I'm going to do to it, because I like the way it looks. And then once the edges are inked, it will look good. Okay. I'm going to clip this. I think, no, I don't want that one. These are a little gentler. And my paper's wet, so I don't want it to make dents. So I'm just going to clip this so that they'll be in the right position when they dry. There. Okay, now let me get this other one and do the same thing. Now at this point, my edges here, you can see that they're pretty rough, but that will work out later. So if I clip them together now while they're damp, that'll train them in the way they should go. Train them up. Okay, now. So there's that. Took a long time just to get that done, didn't it? But it takes time. Okay, now this. Just move this stuff back out of the way. I'm loving this big monitor. So much nicer than the laptop monitor, you know. Like my mismatched gloves. When one gets a hole or gets too grungy, then I just pull another one out. And I think I might be out of these blue ones. If I have them, I don't know where, but I still have a lot of white ones left. Okay, now. What do you got going on the rest of the day, Sherry and Barbara? You know, sometimes I think I'm losing my mind. And fine things. Oh, Barb. You always say that. Well, you know, I probably made, maybe not 100 yet, but 50. I've easily made 50 journals. And I don't know that he's ever looked at one of them. But that's okay. I don't care. You know, he knows that I enjoy it, and that's all that matters. Thanks, Sherry. They're going to look nice, I think, when they're done. The green's really starting to look pretty. I don't know how hard it is to see on there, but it's got some different colors on it. So let's see. One of these I've already inked the pages on, and the other one I haven't. Which one is it? Okay, this one's inked. And this other one isn't. And I really feel like I need to. I'm not looking forward to it, and I don't think I'm going to do it today. But I got to do it before it's, I don't know, I got to do it before it's put together. Because it's really hard after it's put together. Alrighty. I think what I'm going to do is work on what's going in these inserts. And this one might have enough. See, they're not exactly the same. This is just they're both trifolds, but this one's not as long. Let's see what I got in here. Okay. Well, that's not appropriate. Let's put that somewhere. I don't know what that is. It's all in Italian or something. These really don't go with what I want in here. Almanac. Bingo. So let me see what I get that I can use for these. I need one. I need a little notebook. I need two little notebooks. Okay, and then I need two larger tags. And then some things like this. I used up all my little tourist stuff I had. Something. You take care, Barbara. I'll see you later. I'm sure. I'm sure. Well, Sherry, it's kind of dangerous. She left you with me. I'm looking for my phone. All right. Okay, so I like the little almanac. I think the map's okay. And let's see what I can get to over here around this cord without knocking things off. Let's see what we got in here. that will work. That's cute. Oops. A leaf. There's a tree. I don't know what the tiger's doing in here. He's not, I don't think he's from the forest. I think I just stuck a bunch of animals in here because I didn't have anywhere else to go with them. That's what that is. Are you working on something right now, Sherry? Oh, you're watching? Has to be pretty boring just watching me and not do anything else. Aw, a bunny. It says Easter greetings, but I can cut that off. Okay. I have to remember that I'm working on two, so when I get stuff out, I get out two sets. Yeah, like that. It's a little deer. I'm looking for some little things that I could put on page corners and places like that. Okay, let's see. That's cute. Sorry, I got quiet. Aw, with your kitty. I got plenty of mushrooms in here if I need to come back for those. Put this one back. That's pretty. It's the fun part, going through here and finding stuff that'll work. I think I want to, this is kind of a good candidate for the front of one of the books. Let me find something for the other one. He's cute. I'm going to use him somewhere. He could go on the cover. Well, think about it. Oh, he could go on the cover. He's cute. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oops. Yeah, I like that snail. Not sure if I want him on the cover. He's awfully big. But I like these better than this one, so. Oh, some pretty owls. Ooh, look at that one. Okay then. I haven't pulled out any insects. All right, I gotta move the speed tray or it's gonna go toppling. I've already done that once, so I don't want to do it again. Let's see. See if I have any insects in here that are worth using. I don't think I do. Mostly just butterflies. Need to do some more insects. I don't need those. Okay. All right. Now I got a pile of stuff. Let's see what to do with it. It's snowing. We had a little bit of snow about a week ago, but it wasn't enough to do much of anything. Just barely covered the grass. Okay, now, let's see how we're doing over here. This is the front. I'm getting sidetracked. I'm supposed to be working on these. But you know what? When it hits, you got to go with it. It's the way it works. Kind of thinking about a little layered look here. Some kind. How do you get around, Sherry, without a vehicle? Are you in the city? That whole concept is so strange to us because we're in a rural area, and you know, around here there might be 2 or 3 cars in a driveway. If they've got teenagers who are working and driving, and the mom usually has a vehicle, and the dad has a vehicle, and it's just the way it is around here. You can't really function without a vehicle very well. At least not reasonably inexpensively. You almost have to have it. Yeah, I want some blue to pull this out a little bit, but I'm not sure about. I think I like this one. It does have some pinks in it, but I think I like it. It's okay. So I'm kind of wanting to do something like this. something. And then on this one, I'm pretty sure I want the squirrel somehow, I think. I'm not sure how I want him, or if I really want him. He might get fussy cut and put on there. That's what I might do. Yeah, Sherry, I know what you mean. Aren't you tired of it? I mean, I understand, but it's, I know, and I like being at home, but some days I get tired of, if I was set in the situation my own self, it wouldn't seem so bad. But when somebody tells you can't do this, human nature just makes you want to kick against it. All right, I'm going to cut this out. Still not used to these glasses yet. I have bifocals. I had them before with no line bifocals. But these have a little bit, the top space, the far space is a little bit bigger, and my close part of the lens is a little shorter. So I'm having to get used to that, and I keep wanting to look through where it transitions. And almost can make you dizzy sometimes. My husband's working every day of the week, and he calls me every day on the way home, just about, and asks me, is there anything he needs to bring? So that's, excuse me, that's pretty helpful. And then I also have grocery delivery. I use Walmart's grocery delivery service, and I like that pretty well. And it's worked well for us. We've had it for over a year. And it's worked pretty well for us, except last time they didn't show up. They were supposed to be here about 3 in the afternoon, between 3 and 4. It got to be 4:30 and they still hadn't shown up. So I waited a little bit longer and they still hadn't shown up. So I called and was on the phone forever. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. And finally found out that the drivers, they contract out the delivery service. So the drivers from the delivery company hadn't shown up for several orders. So they said, we'll get right on it, see what we can do. So by the time my husband got home, it was 6 o'clock. They still hadn't delivered. And I told him what was going on. He says, well, I'll just go pick it up. Because we're not very far, 10 minutes away from Walmart. So let's go pick it up. So I called him, and she said, yeah, we've been having trouble. She said, I see your name here on the list. And I said, well, it's been 3 hours, over 3 hours now, and we're just going to pick it up if it's ready. And she says, oh, we can put it on delivery, ASAP delivery. And I said, well, if you can do that, why didn't they do that already? She didn't have an answer, but I said, we'll just pick it up. It's just as fast because, by now it's 6:30 or so. And he goes to bed pretty early because he gets up early. And I didn't want to be unloading groceries at 10 o'clock or whatever. So he went and picked it up and was back home in about 15 or 20 minutes. That was the only problem we've had with it. Otherwise, it's been great. I have to say, I like the extra space I have with this new computer because the monitor is real thin and is at the back of my table, so I have all the space in front, whereas before I had the laptop sitting there and it took up 12 inches or so. So I do like that. I think I'm going to use this walnut and make him pretty dark on the edge. Since the background's kind of dark. I might even matte him with black. I think that might be a good idea. When in doubt, use black. My motto. Okay, Mr. Owl, here you go. Hi, Josie. You're not late at all. Been going for a little while. Probably gonna keep going till about noon or so, noon or 12:30. And I gotta get to the post office. If I wasn't such a lazy bum, I would have done that first early this morning because they were open and I looked. But I wanted to do this first. Sorry. I'm working on the covers for my forest journals, and I've made them out of classification folders. I'll show you here in just a second. So far, they're looking pretty nice. Here's one. Now this is what I started with. One of these folders. And I've got the, oops, sorry, hit that silly cord again. And this is what how they've ended up. So that's the front. You open it. One side will be bound here. Then there's this folder, and then the other side will be bound here. And then it closes like this, and it will tie shut. So now I'm working on the covers. And I've kind of got stuff spread out around here. Oh, what did I just do with those scissors? I just had them. Scissors, 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 scissors. Where are you? Never had such a mess. Oh, here they are. just pulled all this stuff out to work with, and then I got sidetracked with this. What have you been up to, Josie? You say it Josie or Josie? Josie. Josie. Is that for Josephine? And these pieces get saved because I use a lot of little black pieces. So they go to the save pile. And then I'll put this lid on, cap on. Get it out of the way. Then now the question is, do I need to put anything else on there with him? And I'm not sure, so I'm just going to put him down, and I'll think about that later because I know where I want him to go. Josephine. I like Josephine. We were at my husband's work party the other day, and he just started working there at the beginning of the year. And very, very nice place to work. Nice people. And they had a Christmas party last Thursday. I guess it was. Oh, darn. I just put that on wrong. Can't believe that. Anyway, the owner of the company, he's a young guy. He came up to me and introduced himself because I hadn't met him before. And he says, "You're Deborah, right? Deborah, right?" And I looked at him kind of funny, and he says, "Is that wrong?" And I said, "Nope." I said, "That's right, but I can tell you've been talking to my husband because he's pretty much the only one that calls me Deborah." Well, that was a boo-boo. Telling you what. Come on. Come off of there. I'll have to cover that with something. That was bad. I thought I had it right. I had it upside down. That's what happens. Sorry, girls, I got to concentrate here for a minute, or I mess it up again. So when you mess something up, don't panic. You can always do something. As long as it's not a structural issue, you can always do something. Might not be what you originally thought, but sometimes it comes out better. All right. Okay. Just trying to get the rest of that glue that I pulled off of there. Okay, that looks fine. Whew. Tragedy averted. Oh boy. Okay, let's get some of this out of the way. Yeah, I like that. Okay. So now that's started. And this one, okay, this is the front. Okay. You never know what's going to happen, do you? So we're going to do them. And I'm also going to use a piece of this, I think. Let's see. Ooh. 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 Like that. That is pretty. See, I do have to pull some of this I either have to pull some of this green in to this or something. This is not green, but I really like it. So I think it's going to go on there. But I might need to find something. Let's see, I think what I could do is pink. I like this blue owl, but the pink is, I'm not getting the pink there. I wish his tail was whole, then I'd cut him out. This kind of has the same problem. It's got that pink behind it. I might have to go dig for another owl, because I want an owl in there. But these are pretty. I like them, but I don't think they go. And I think I can use this green to pull that green out. Because I don't really want to paint that stuff. Because then I would have to paint the inside, and I don't want to do that. And I don't like these white edges. I don't know if you could see it or not, but this is really pretty. It has leaves and stems. I can't see it very well, but it does look pretty. And it has just the slightest hint of this blue. It's really like a gray, but it next to this blue, it looks like it matches, or coordinates. Okay, so now let's go back and find a different owl. Some of these owls are a little whimsical. I don't want those. They're pretty. Oh, my feet are cold. See, those colors would be pretty, but he's too whimsical for what I want on here. And that's got the blue in it like I wanted, but it's very difficult. It's like It's hard to see the owl. That's got some green. Yeah. See if I have any others that would work. I have some others, but they're small. These are basically the same. No, these are too small. Too small, too small, too small. I don't think I have any other owls ready. They're ready. Well, I've got an owl on the other one. I guess I could put something different. I definitely want to use the snail, though. This is where you get stuck. This is where you get stuck. Just get stuck. Everything comes to a halt. Well, see, here's that same owl with the blue flowers, but he looks a little better because it's not just all blue flowers. Now I'm looking for a small one to put on the other side is what I'm doing here. Sorry. Keeping it all to myself. It's a secret. Okay. Let's try a couple of these. I haven't looked in my sticker book yet. I could look in there too. I wonder if I have one of those on a big size. Probably not, because I like those and I use them up. like that little guy there. Okay, I'm kind of getting tired of looking at this. I'll have to come back to it because nothing is satisfying me. Oh, you mean my my little book? Those are my digis that I've printed out and fussy cut. Excuse me. Cold coffee. Blah. Blah, blah, blah. Not what I wanted. Well, I think I'm going to do this. I kind of like that little fat mushroom. But not this. I like this little mushroom. So these, I guess this page is going to have mushrooms on it. Mushrooms and the snail. Blue jean colors may work well. Possible. So I think once I ink these up, get the edges nice and contrasty, that it'll stand out and will look pretty good. I can put these away. Yeah, these are my little I call them my picture books, for lack of a better name. And they're just little from the Dollar Tree. We have a Dollar Tree. You know what the Dollar Tree is, Sherry? It's where they sell everything that's in the store as $1. Then we have some other ones like Dollar General, where it's not, everything's not $1, but it's pretty cheap. But at the dollar store, so these little binders were $1, and then I made the pockets to go inside them, and they're working. It works pretty well for me so far. It works better than anything I've used so far. Let's put it that way. And usually when I print something out, you know, there's a whole bunch of them on a page. You don't want to waste. My ink program has you print by the page. Let me start over. My ink program costs you by the page. So I want to get as much on a page when I print as I can. It doesn't matter how much ink it uses. It's just per page. So I always fill up the page. Then I have lots of extras, you know, that I can go back later and use. Now, so the question is, where'd that black paper go? The question is, do I want a whole black behind there? Let's see. I might. If you haven't seen me much of the things that I make, I use a lot of black. I really like black because of the pop it gives. So I'm thinking maybe, I think it will. Okay. I think I'm going to back this with some black. But how much do I need? I want to cover everything. Looks good. I love using black. I do a lot. That's the other reason I like to ink stuff too, because I like it. I always like things to contrast. I think they look better when they can contrast. Everything all one color or one lightness. It's not the word I want to use, but that's what I'm thinking right now. If it's all the same, it's boring to me. So I like layers. And I like contrast. I'm really liking the way this looks. I don't know how much of it you can see, but it's kind of mottled looking. I like that. Okay, so here we go. And this. Oh, that's upside down. I'm right side up this time. I gotta check and make sure. I will go through that again. And then the snail. And this. And that. And then that. I like it. Oh yeah, Josie. I would think that like a box where you could stand them up might be a better idea for that, or you could like make a storage journal type thing that had spaces between. Let me see if I have something so you see what I'm talking about. I don't think I do, but it's sort of like so that there's space, 1/4 inch between each one, and then you could stick them in there without them getting smashed. Of course, not this wouldn't work, but if you just had like, I want to say leaves that were 1/4 inch apart, or even little pockets that you could just slide them in. So when the book closes, it doesn't smash them. It leaves enough space. Yeah, a CD case is a good idea too. Oh, you have Dollar Tree too. Dollarama. They just built, it's not even a mile away from my house, right at the end of our road. Our road's about a 1/2 mile long. If you stand at the end of our road, you can look across the road and see the new Dollar General. I haven't been there yet. It just opened the other day. My husband wasn't too excited about it coming to this area. But, there's nothing real close to us. We're about 10 minutes just outside of town, and there's everything there that we could possibly need, basically. They even have a Hobby Lobby. They don't have a Joann's, so I have to drive another about 35 minutes to get Joann's. It's right by where we used to live. I'd rather be by Hobby Lobby. So, but yeah, the new dollar store's over here by us. It went up so fast, right out in the middle of a cow pasture, believe it or not. I just put those things everywhere. Okay, now I made sure I was going in the right direction this time. I'm going to put that kind of up high and build on it. Now this needs this. Oh, that would be cool. And one of those cabinets where the tray pulls out and it's just real shallow, that would work. I've seen some of those that you can make yourself out using picture frames. If you have somebody who's handy and can do stuff like that. My husband could do it for me, but I thought about doing something similar to that for some of my jewelry stuff. But I just got too much. It wouldn't fit. Oh, that looks really pretty. I really like that paper. And this is the cover, so I got to make sure everything is really glued down on the edges. And that's kind of hard on black because if you let it run over it all, it shows. So the best thing to do is just this. And that gets it all the way to the edge. But it usually doesn't squish out. Got to work fast with this glitter glue. By the time you get down there, it won't stick. Okay, here we go. Right side up. That's good. Yeah, those hardware stored things are good for storage, but they're not really good for something that's wide. The drawers are never very wide. They have some that have a little bit wider drawers, but they're still, I don't know if they would be wide enough for something like that. Lord knows I got enough of those. Whew. I'm wondering, do I want to round the corners on this? I think I do. Just a little bit. Okay. I like this little guy. I can't remember. I bet that's a Graphics Fairy image. I think it might be. Look at that. Doesn't that look good? I like him. I like him. Well, Sherry, I am very fortunate in the fact that I have a craft area that is, oh, it takes up almost half of the basement, almost. Now, part of that involves the stairs going down, so I lose that space. But the actual space that he finished out for me is, I think it's 14 by 23 feet, I think. And like I said, that does not include the stairs. There's another 10 feet, another 10 by 24 strip that is, you have to walk through, and I have a couch there, and then part of it's under the steps, which is where I have my heat press and my Cricut. But he finished out the 14 by 23 area. And I have it divided in the middle. I have some tall, I call them closets, but you know, they're freestanding, they're cabinets. I have those in the middle, and that divides the space. And I have things sort of compartmentalized, I guess you could say, or I have like stations. So on this side where I'm at now, I've got all the paper, metal, clay, resin, glass, that type of stuff. Things that are more likely to catch fire, you know. And then on the other side, I have sewing, jewelry, and beading. And I do have a big paint cabinet over there. Or it's like a mechanic's chest that I used to keep all my paint in. I still have some paint in there, but I got rid of a lot of it that I wasn't using. So I'm very fortunate in that, you know, and I really appreciate it. He did the whole room with pegboard, and he was going to drywall it, and I said, you know, I really think it would make a lot more sense to use pegboard because I move things a lot. You know, I change things a lot as I get rid of things and get new things, or change what I'm concentrating on at the time, because I do change that once in a while. And it's easy with the pegboard to move stuff around, you know, without putting more holes in the wall. And the other thing is, with pegboard, it per sheet, it might cost about the same as drywall, but it's a lot less labor intensive. Because we just got white, and I didn't have him put any trim where the pieces meet, because I didn't want it in the way of anything that I might hang up there. So it's not trimmed out in that respect. With drywall, you have to have mud and tape and paint, and you know, you can't just leave it raw. You could, but I wouldn't want to. So I just decided pegboard made so much more sense. So the whole room, the walls all in the room that are finished, have pegboard. And then he put up a nice ceiling and light fixtures for me. And we had to have an electrician come in and put in. He could have done it, but I didn't want him to have to mess with it. So we had an electrician come in and put in all the outlets, because the only electric run down here when we moved in, it was all unfinished, and it was just the smoke alarms and the overhead. You know, there were just a few, like maybe 3 or 4 overhead lights, just screwed in light bulbs. So he came in and did a lot of nice stuff for me in here. But it took a while before that got done. So I had my stuff packed up for quite a while before I got to get everything out again. And I'm still unpacking stuff, going through stuff, because I'm determined to get the space to where you don't have to move anything to get to something else. I don't want to have boxes. Well, I am going to have some boxes piled on the shelf, but other than that, you know, I don't want to have stuff on the floor or on the shelves that I have to move too much to get to something else. I want to be able to go right to it, and I want everything to have its own space. Yeah, Sherry, that does make a difference. You almost have to do everything on shelves, don't you? Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. There may be a couple other additions. Where is that? Oh, I know what. Where's that? Where is that thing I had? Getting too many piles here. Yeah, there's something in here. It says, here it is. I don't know if I like that. Oh well, think about it. Okay, so there. I think this one's going to go in the green. That's going to go in the green one. And I'll put this one in this one. Yep, coming along. It's going to be nice. Well, that's not going to fit. Hooey dooey. What? That stinks. Let's see. No, I don't want that there. There. Don't mess with me. Okay, so. Oh, never mind. I need to figure out where this is missing from. It goes in one of these, and I'm not sure which one. Didn't make it though. Hi, Kimberly. Well, actually, I'm making a journal, and the covers are made from, making two of them actually at the same time. The covers are made from classification folder, which is one of these. Okay, so I've taken that and I've cut it down, and let me, I'll show you in just a second. Let me find this, where this page, where this goes before I forget about it again. Which one it goes in. Not in that. So this is how it's going to end up. I started working on them already. This is I'll take this out so you can see. So here's what I did. I cut them down, and then I folded them. I left a place for this is a spine, and this is a spine. And this will be a pocket. So the journals, is one signature, will be sewn in here in this spine like this. And then these little doohickeys will go in here in a pocket. And then the other journal will go this way, and the spine is here. And so then it will close up like this. There you go. Thanks, Kimberly. Let me finish looking for this. This one I already looked at? Yeah, I looked at that one. I looked through this one. Nope, got these backwards. That's the front. And no, this I think this is one I just looked at. Yeah, it is. So I need to look at this one. I know this is missing from one of these journals, so I got to figure out which one it is. I really like the way the inked pages look too. I got to ink the pages in the other one. Much as I don't want to do it, I'm going to do it anyway. Hi, Janice. How you doing? Just working on some journals here. Okay, it must be in the other one. Okay, so that one is really ready probably to stitch in. I just have to decide if I had any more pages I wanted to add to the signatures. This needs something else. I'm not quite sure what, but it needs something else. But I like the way it looks so far. So there's that one. Now let me see. Here's the other one. Look through here real quick. Uh-oh. Came loose. Well, I better find. Here it is. Yeah, it's not holding very well on either side. I'm not sure what else to use on it. It's doesn't want to stick to the plastic I used, I guess. Try it again. I want to do a little bit of handwriting to go in here. I have a, when I was in high school, I did a lot of music stuff in high school. And I'd go to state contests and all that, you know, that they have. And, nope, that one's in here. Oh, that's right, because I didn't find it in the other one. Duh. Sometimes. Whoa, might have a crash here. Anyway, so I went to contests at school and sang, you know, and they give you ratings and all that. And one of the songs that I sang was called, it was about trees. I can't think of the title right now, but I looked it up the other day and found lyrics. So here's a real leaf. Isn't that cute? So I'm gonna I want to it's not too long. I want to hand write it and put it in here in both of them. Now if I can just find a good place to put this. Oh, here's a good place. Okay. I don't know if I can do that while I'm streaming. For one thing, I wouldn't be talking, that's for sure, because I have to concentrate on the writing. I'd really mess that up. Oh, Janice. I'm glad I don't have those days anymore. I can remember when I had to, well, not had to, but I worked as a executive secretary in a central office for 5,000, for a total of 5,000 employees, and I was the secretary to the director of human resources. So we dealt with everybody, and I was constantly talking to um, vice presidents and regional managers and stuff, and also everybody under them. And they staffed medical units in correctional facilities. So it was always pretty interesting, the stuff that, went on. When you're in HR, you know all kinds of stuff that nobody else knows about that's happened and all that. But I talked, I had hundreds sometimes of phone calls in a day. And I would say we did a study one time, and I think I was getting like 100 to 130 phone calls on a regular basis a day. And I had to do something myself, usually, about each one. I couldn't, pass it off to somebody else. It was something I actually had to deal with. And I think that I probably knew 100. It wouldn't surprise me if I knew 100 telephone numbers just right in my head. Right now, I don't know my daughter's phone number. I could not tell you my daughter's phone number because I just don't know it. It's in my phone, and I don't have to worry about it. So if something ever happens and I don't have my phone and I have to get a hold of her, I'm not going to know how to get her. I really need to learn that number. I don't know about this pink in here. It might not look too good. I guess it'll be all right. Yeah, and this one's going to need some more on it too. It's not, I don't know, maybe some black lace might be pretty on there. Yeah, that might be good. Give me that black pop that I like. Okay. Now, which one? Yeah, I'm still trying to decide. I know that I need to, I know I need to ink these pages. It will just look so much better. So I got to quit thinking about it and just do it. I'm not going to do it right now, but now I'm going to go back to what I was originally doing. Well, let's see. I guess I could go ahead and do, what time is it? Yeah, I got about 45 minutes. I guess I could go ahead and do my eyelets while I'm thinking about it. All right, I'll do that. Move some things out of the way. I think I really want that to be the front one. Alrighty then. Yeah, Janice, I didn't like the corporate world at all. I don't like conflict. I don't like manipulation. I don't like one-upmanship, that kind of thing. I just don't like it. And fortunately, I had a really good boss when I worked there. But even within the secretaries, you got to deal with all that crap, and I just don't like it. So I was getting to the point where when I started with that company, they had just started, and they were actually a branch of ARA Services, which is a fairly big company. This was just one of their branches. And when they started out, they were fairly small. And when I started working there, I got hired as a, I want to say data entry clerk, basically. And so when I started there, I was the first one that they had. When I left there, about 5 years later, they had 6 clerks. So that's how much the company had grown. And it had actually changed a lot over those years. And a lot of people had left, and they got new people and new things going on. And I just wasn't very happy there. And I had to drive an hour every day to work on a really busy, dangerous highway. And it just, I was getting to the point where I really thought I needed to find a different job. And someone that I knew, I didn't know him really well, but I did know him from church as a church acquaintance. He had a small drywall, well, it's not that small, but it's a, small family drywall and painting business. And he called me one day and he said, "Hey, would you be interested in working for me?" And I thought, whoa, that would be nice. I'd only be 10 minutes from home, and I wouldn't have to dress up and all that kind of stuff. And I said, well, I don't know if you could match my salary and my requirements, because I don't want to leave a job and take less money, make less money. So he said, well, you figure out what you have to have, what you absolutely have to have. And he said, then call me. So I did. I sat down and figured out I didn't have to have hose. I didn't have to spend as much gas. I didn't have to all the wear and tear on my car. All these, I can wear jeans or shorts or whatever I wanted to wear, and all these different things. And the time, how much more time I'd have at home, and just all of that. So I called him and I gave him an amount, and he said, when can you start? So I gave him a 2 weeks notice, and I worked in that office. I ended up working there for 25 years. I started out working for the dad, and then when he retired and his son took over, I worked for him and his partner, and it was great. But I certainly didn't like the corporate office at all. So I was mostly by myself in this office, and in the last office all day. And they didn't care what I did, as long as I could sit there and crochet or whatever I wanted to do. I was the only one there, and we didn't have a lot of walk-in trade, so it really didn't matter. But I got kind of spoiled, I guess. But they treated me pretty good. It really makes a difference what kind of boss you have. The one I had in the corporate office, he was a real good boss. He was easy to get along with. He told me what he needed and let me do it. I didn't bother him unless there was something to happen I couldn't deal with it myself. But I liked working for him. So that was fortunate. Okay, so I'm punching holes for some eyelets that will be my closure for the book. And I want them to match because they're going to be the same thing on the back side. So I retired from the last place, and that took quite a while because, well, they hired this young girl who really didn't know what she was doing, and they kept wanting me to come back and check because they trusted me with everything. I had I could have robbed them blind, because they just trusted me. But younger people don't do things quite the same way sometimes. And they wanted me to come in and, like once a week or every other week or whatever, and just make sure all the bank accounts were straight and everything was working the way it's supposed to be and everything. And I spent more time fixing stuff than I could get anything else done for fixing stuff. So she finally left, and they got a new gal, and I think she fits in really well with them, really well. Now, the next thing I have to do is decide what I'm going to use for ties. And I'm thinking somewhere, where's my... I don't know if I have anything up here. Oh, I could use seam binding. I had some other stuff that I really liked, and I don't know if I used it all. It was more like a twill tape sort of stuff. I think I might have used it all. Oh. I'll have to figure that out. I might have to get something. I know what I want. I don't think I have any left. I hate that. I find something I really like and then I use it all up. But I think that's what's happened. I don't think I have any more of it. It's sort of like a striped, it's tan with stripes. It's kind of this size, but it's stripes instead. Yeah, I think I'll have to find some. So I'm not going to do that right now, but I am going to put the eyelets in. Let's see. I think I want... Oh, these are hearts. I don't want hearts. Well, when I was working in the corporate office, I had to do a little bit of everything because it was human resources. So all the complaints came there, all the employee problems came there, all the inmate problems that involved employees came there, and there were a lot of them. I did all the workers' comp claims for 5,000 people. That was a lot. I had like 300 of them a year or something like that, They sent me to, I'm in Missouri, and they sent me to the big office, ARA big office, to learn how to use the workers' comp, what do you call it, programming and stuff. That was pretty interesting. But yeah, it was a big job. And I found out when I left that they hired 3 people. Well, they didn't hire all of them, but in the end, there were 3 people who took over my job. Now, isn't that stupid? Just think of all that stuff I was doing, and I was the only person in the central office who could work overtime without asking. Wasn't that crazy? Why was I doing that? That was ridiculous. Sometimes I wonder about myself. I'm not real happy with that. These are nice eyelets, but they're really tall. Look how tall that is. And they don't always want to crimp over. See, they look real nice from the front, but the back does not. They're too tall for this. I thought maybe they'd be okay with this chipboard, but they're too tall, so I'm going to have to get my hammer out and fix that, or it'll bug me. Violets are hard to find, I think. Maybe I'm not looking in the right places, but I have a hard time finding them locally. Once you get these little packages like this, that you don't have really any control over what you're picking. Maybe I'm just not strong enough. That could be it. I have no strength. I'm such a wimp. Oh, yeah, I know. Yep. We had to do that too. I didn't deal with the drug testing too much myself. They send them, they'd send them out to the doctors and all that. But when I was in this last office where I was the manager, yeah, I had to do the drug testing. And believe me, where that office was, those people who work in there, that's like one of the highest methamphetamine areas in the state. Was in the county I had lived in before. So yeah, there was a lot of drug testing going on. Okay. So what I'll have to do next, when I get my hammer out, I'll have to flatten these down a little bit. And then I usually take I cut out a hole reinforcer and glue it over there so there's no snagging at all. There'll be no snagging at all when it's finished. Okay. Now while I'm thinking about it, I want to ink the edges of this cover. I just reloaded this ink pad, so it's pretty juicy, but I don't know, it still might not be enough. I still might need to do the walnut. This is a vintage, what is that called? Vintage paper. Yeah, I think it's going to take the walnut. Excuse me. Excuse my head. Excuse my head. Don't look at the color of my hair. It's very sad. That is funny, Jess. I used to do the company awards, the service awards. They had them at, I think they had 1 year, 3 year, and 5 year awards. And then they started giving out these little pieces of jewelry, after that. Of course, nobody was there 10 years yet because it was a new company. But I had to do all the service awards. Now we had for all 5,000 people. And then they had plotters instead of the big printers like they have now. They had plotters. So you'd put the paper in there, and then I would, I had to create the stuff so that I could put the certificate in and print out the names and all that so it would look nice. And then the president signed them. The president and the regional manager, I think, or some such thing. Or maybe it was vice president, signed them. So every month it was a chore. Oh, it was such a chore because it just took so much time, and I had to be away from my desk because the plotter was in another part of the building and all that kind of stuff. And then after I did all that, when they realized that I knew that I was a good forger, I started signing the president's name on all the certificates because we had like 50 of them a month or something, you know, or more. And so I was signing the president's signature on everything. Isn't it funny, the stuff we do? And in the smaller office that I retired from, they asked me to do all kinds of stuff, you know, personal type errands and stuff like that, and check on stuff and all this kind of thing, you know. And I never minded it. They would never ask me to get them coffee. They just wouldn't do it. And I don't know why. I mean, I didn't mind. I didn't care. They were paying me. What difference did it make? You know, as long as it wasn't something illegal or immoral, I didn't really care. But they always had me doing stuff for them while I was at work. Okay, let's see, I'll do this. See, what time is it? 12:34. I'm going to stop at 1 o'clock, go feed the dog. I'm surprised she hasn't been down here yet. She kind of has an internal clock. She knows when it's about noon. And then go to the post office. And I might even stop and get me a White Castle for lunch. It's a possibility. It's a big possibility. We ordered. We have one granddaughter and one daughter, so our basic Christmas list is 3 people, and they're all always very, very, very appreciative of any gifts that we give them, no matter what it is. And they were telling us the other day about a game they played over at their friend's house. And it's Quest 2. And it's one of those games where you put the headset, the visor on, and then you play games. And you, it's like 3D or whatever. And they were just going on about how much fun they had. And we really hadn't gotten much for our granddaughter yet, and really didn't know what else we were going to get, you know. Sometimes it's really hard, especially as they get a little bit older. She's 13 now. And she'd already told us one thing that she wanted, which was some court shoes for pickleball. So she knew about those, because you know we wouldn't get something like that without her knowing about what picking what she wanted. So she knew about those, and we just had her a couple other little things, nothing big. So when they said that, I could almost hear my husband's wheels turning in his brain. So he decided he wanted to get that. Well, they're not cheap, but you know, that was her one big present. So when I went to order it online, it's very popular, I guess. And the wait time, it said it wasn't going to arrive until end of January, maybe even February. So he said, well, order it. I said, okay, well, I'll just cut out a picture and put that in a box for her so she can at least open something, you know. So that's what we were going to do. Well, it came yesterday. I was so surprised. I certainly didn't expect it this soon, and certainly not before Christmas. So that's here. So I was pretty happy about that. Okay, looks pretty good. See. I really would kind of like to do something around this edge. I'm not sure what. I guess I'll just glue it down instead of trying to get fancy. I know there are more people watching, and I'm glad you're here. Even if you don't participate in chat, it's still fun to know you're there. And thanks for coming. If you like my stream well enough that you want to come back, you might want to hit your notifications button and ring the bell, because I don't always come at the same time. I'm kind of trying to do Tuesday mornings right now, but It's not set in stone, so. And then there might be some other times that I come on randomly. So if you want to come back while I'm streaming, hit that button, that bell thing. This is pretty heavy card stock, so I'm going to clip it together, give it some good time, some time to really bond. Okay. Now that, until I get those pages the actual pages inked, that's all at the moment for that one. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing on this one while I have it out. I've got some other journals I'm working on. I'm working on two sewing journals also. These are all for sale. They'll be, eventually they'll make their way to the marketplace sale. Maybe February. They definitely won't make it for January. That's coming right up. But I think they'll be there for February. Well, I like the way the board grabs the ink. I'll have to cover this. And I'm liking how it's looking so far. Let's see. See if I can get a little bit of this to fill in the yeah. Just kind of making these edges lift up where they're loose so that I can glue them down so they won't flake off. Oh. Once I get to this stage, it won't be terribly long before I finish these. I have to ink those pages, all the pages in one of them, and then stitch them in. Go through and finish off all the decorating. Well, I can't hold on to anything. Okay, I need to leave that alone so it can dry. All right. See what I can get done in this last 10 minutes. I've enjoyed visiting with y'all today, as always. It's nice to talk to people and get to know a little bit about them. Even though we're miles and miles apart, it's fun to meet people who have some of the same interests. I have no one in this that I craft with here. I used to have a friend that she actually got me started in paper arts with stamping, and she had her own stamp store even, and all that. But she's moved away, so now she's in Alabama. So I hardly ever get to see her. I used to go, when they were closer, I used to go to their house. They were like an hour away. I used to go to their house and spend the weekend. And we would set up in her craft area, which was in their basement. And that's what we did all weekend. Half the time we didn't even get out of our pajamas. And her husband, he was always very supportive of her and what she liked to do. He is a nice guy. He'd make cinnamon rolls that were to die for, let me tell you what. And things like that, and we'd just keep on playing, I think you hear the dog moving around up there, which means she'll be down here before long saying, "Mom, Mom, you're not paying any attention to me." Of course, she's been up there sleeping, so. She'll be hunting for me before long. I'll be glad to have the covers made. I kept forgetting to bring I've got all these folders upstairs in the office upstairs, which is where we have our computer. We took one bedroom and used it for an office. At least that's what we call it. I have a stack of these folders, excuse me, up there, and I kept forgetting to bring them down. So I remember this morning. Okay, that's pretty good. This way, instead of waiting until the edges peel up after they're dry, I get them in advance and can make sure they're stuck down. Oh my goodness, what is today? This is Tuesday. Sunday afternoon, my husband had his Scrooge Fest. He started watching when we got home from church. And I think he still was watching Scrooge. Whenever I finally went upstairs late in the afternoon. Scrooge, he's not a big movie person, but he loves his Scrooge. So I don't know. He found a couple that we hadn't, really old ones that somehow we hadn't seen before. I don't know how, but that we hadn't seen before, and watched those and watched the favorite ones. He was on number 3 when I headed downstairs. But I think, you know what? I think he checks his eyelids a little bit while he watches them, so it's not like he's okay, I'm liking that. Oops. Now, if this would continue to be a problem with its cracking, I would cover it with something on the edge. But it shouldn't be. It should be fine, because once it's good and dry and the glue sets, it'll be good. Let's see if I got them all. That's got quite a bit of wet on this edge, so it's going to come up. It's paper. But the rough edge, I like the way the rough edge looks. I just don't want it to be loose, be peeling off or anything. So I'm fine with the texture. I just don't want the pieces to become loose. Try to make sure things are really nice before I sell them. Or not sell them, one or the other. Okie dokie. Which this one's first. the center of this folder, this flap right here, reminds me of what they call, or what I always thought was called tag board. And like the stuff that alphabet stencils were made out of. I guess they still do make them out of that. Because that's what it feels like, is that kind of stuff. Josie, they're called classification folders. That's the name of them. And they're an office supply that come already made like this. Let me show you the other one again. This is what they look like. See, they've got these prongs that, you punch those 2 holes in and put your papers on there. And then it has a divider that also has prongs on both sides. And then the back one has prongs. And it has like a gusseted bottom. So you could put a lot of stuff in there. And all I did was cut it to size and fold it in. So this is, it was like this. And I cut this part off. And, well, actually it was this way because I got that upside down. So I cut this part off. So that left this part. See? So I just cut it to the size I wanted. And then I folded it in to match the size of my signatures. So this is going to be the spine. So this will be sewn in here like this, just like that. So when you open this up, you've got this side of the journal. And then you've got this, which I folded over to be a pocket. And then you get to this side and you have to flip it out. It'll be sewn in here. So you have to flip it out this way. Now I could sew it in here. I'll have to think about that. I've been doing it the other way, but I could do it here so that it's sewn in here and it's front ways. But I've been doing it like this. Sew it in this way and then flip it out. I have to think about that. I might do it this way. I like that better. So then when it closes up, it all folds up and closes up like that. Yeah, Sherry, basically the same thing. When I looked it up, trying to find if I could even still get them, once I run out of what I have, I found them listed as classification folders. That's what they call them on online. This type of folder. So this becomes the big spine. But I really think I'm going to try it. Let's see, it would work the same way. It's the same amount of space. And I could just do it on the center. I don't know if you can see that. Here's like this would be the spine between my fingers. This is taped. This is glued on to this press board. So that would be the spine. So if I just went right along this line, this is a double thickness of some kind of fabric tape. It's really strong. So I don't think that would be a problem. I think it would work. I think that's what I'm going to do. And just do it this way. So both signatures are facing forward. I like that much better. Yep. Let's see, where was I? Am I done? I think I'm just about done for now. About all I can do for now. Oh, I didn't put my thingamajigs in here. My tie's going to go there. So I still have the binding to do. This one's ready to bind. This one's ready. It's far enough along. Now the dog. See, I told you the dog would be here. She's down here whining at me now. This one is ready to bind. There's still more to do to it, but it is ready to bind. That's one of my. The other one, it just has to have the pages all inked before I bind it. I decided I wanted them inked. I think since it's a forest journal or whatever you want to call it, I think that it looks nice with the pages inked. I don't usually do that. Totally do that. So we're that far. These are coming close to getting to the end. Why does this one feel so much thinner? Don't know. So I never did get to the to the little folders. They won't be much. I'm going to have a lot of tags to make and things because there's lots of pockets and what have you. Oops. I just got that all over me. Where's the lid? They're going to love me tomorrow at the nail shop. So, and then I've got these. When they're done, they have a little bit of, this one doesn't. This one just is flat folded. But the other one has a little bit of space in it. And these just go in these pockets. So these will go in there in the pocket. So that adds a little bit of space. I mean, fills it up a little bit. And this one, oops, what's that? This one has space for more stuff, but I probably won't fill it too much. See, it has a little bit more space. And it will also go in the pocket. So there we go. Coming along. Okay. Well, oops, I went past my goal time. So I want to say goodbye to everybody. Oh, Deb, is there a video of the steps? Yes. This live will be a video that shows the steps I did to make this at the beginning of this live. So once it gets posted, or you can go back now and look at it, and it will show you everything. I started with the folder when I started this video, so it shows you everything that I've done so far. So I hope you enjoy that, and I hope it's helpful. I hope you like this, the way these are made, and I hope it gives you some good ideas to figure out how to do some for yourself. And I'll continue working on these on my live streams. So that's probably mostly what I'm going to be working on the next time or so. I might have it finished at the end of the next live stream because I'll probably work on it a little bit when I'm not here. Although, you know, Christmas is this week, so we'll see how that goes. But thanks for coming. I really appreciate it. And I hope you come back again. And like I said before, I'm not that regular. I'm trying to be on Tuesday mornings at 9, but also a few other times. So hit that little bell. Maybe it'll tell you when I'm showing up and you can come by and visit. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. Love y'all and have a nice holiday. Bye-bye.